Boo! I'm back from the land of the dead. What's up, Matt? I'm also just gonna be yapping over about some videos and stuff. We might do some Iran stuff as well. Probably should always talk about Iran. I mean, there's been developments, obviously. Like, we now have probably the main reasonings for as to why Trump went through with the attack to begin with, and it's because of, it's because of fucking JD Vance told them to do it. That's why, because of course. And also, we've gotten more details about the deal itself. The Iranians were actually willing to give up their stockpile of fissile material, which is insane. Because, like, how it works is you have to store the material, right? You can't just centrifuge it at all times. You have to have areas to store. You have to stockpile it somewhere. And they were willing to get rid of their stockpiles, which basically means they would effectively have, like, no way to be able to build a nuke. Effectively. They offered that to the Trump administration. They still fucking bombed them anyways. Very cool. The 3-4 hour long autism screening is tomorrow. Why is it so long? A long ass screening. Alright, start up with the factorios. I think the quickest way to tell if someone's autistic, they're da harumba viewer. Now, that is the most real thing I've ever heard in my life. Because, Lord knows, I'm definitely some flavor of autistic. I mean, look at me. I love factorio. That's enough. I have never heard something more real in my life. And now we wait. Very important to shit on conservatives. Especially ones who don't like race mixing. Very important. LARPy European dipshits. Who are just like, I hate race mixing. It's like, oh yeah, well, you are low IQ, so. And you get your takes from 4chan, so. Makes perfect sense. Alright, it's time for better labs. It's gonna be quite the upgrade that we're going to be doing. Big upgrade time. All right. Moluna. Hmm. Okay, that's that. Blah, blah, blah. Cryogenic labs. Fusion. It's not that many. Alright, where the hell are the cryogenic labs? Not labs, the plants. There we go. You are building me Cryolabs. The next frontier. This thing is going to be expensive. And we need quantum processors. Where is the thing I'm looking for? I might make barreling. I should make barreling machines here. We don't make barreling machines here. Let's remedy that. ketone. Okay. Alright, so it's a fluoroketone. We need a bunch of other shit. The aluminum plates, easy. We have plenty of those already. The only thing we need to care about now is the biter eggs. And the pentapod eggs. Okay, so you're gonna take care of the biter eggs. And you'll burn them all away. And then we just have to ship in biolabs. The only thing is the other eggs. And that's it. Then we'll have cryolabs. But we also need quantum processors. Also need you to bring fluoroketone. Which means we need you. No one asked. Dipshit in YouTube chat. No one cares. And your family would have hated you. And probably still does. say titanium barrel. Do we ask this thing? Not exactly certain how this works. I'm going to assume that it doesn't? I feel like this doesn't work. I don't think it does. Because these shitters overlap. This should theoretically work, because it's going to have the full barrels of fluoroketone. Then it'll head over to Maluna with 0 titanium barrels, assumably. Drop them off. They'll get depleted. And then they'll be depleted, and then it'll move to pick up more shit. Another thing that's going to have to be considered is dealing with all the excess barrels from here. Yeah, we're going to have to take care of all that stuff. Guess I shouldn't have built this thing here, huh? Oh well, too late. Okay. Biolabs. Let's grab 20 of them. The pentapod eggs will have to ship in from Gleba. And then there's the biter eggs, which we'll use a captive nest for that. Simple, simple, simple. I need these. Right. Can't do that. It's moving. Okay, this should work. Hopefully. Biolabs 30. Okay. Biolabs taken care of. All that's left now is the eggs. For Gleba, it'll be easy, but for the other ones, not so much. President Trump will not get the United States into a years-long conflict with no clear objective. Oh, is that so, JD? Boy, do I got a bridge to sell you. There's some bad news for you, bud. Shit's so goofy, dude. What we need now is a way to get rid of all these fucking barrels. Okay, so you... The heck? The heck's going on here? Okay, well, we need to take care of you. You're still normal. I'm not producing enough nutrients? That's a problem. Strange. I do need more nutrients, though. We are a little low. I think we'll just make some additional biter egg spawners here just to compensate, because we need the extra eggs, it seems. Jesus Christ, let's get the fuck out of me. Well, 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 if it isn't Mini-Meat's boy, that cringe Lord McIdiot head. The 44-month resub. What? Duh. Appreciate the resub, buddy. You. I'm going to preserve you into a skillet. Yeah. I'm gonna chop you up. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna turn you into a stew. That's what I'm gonna do. You're cooked now. It's over for you, Boy Meets Minnie. I'm gonna chop you up. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat your ass. Imagine thinking that the bot works. Get baited, idiot. God, I'm shedding like a motherfucker. I have no idea what it is, but I keep shedding hairs. Is it over for me? Am I experiencing hair loss? Do I need Rogaine? I already don't have, I already do not get any bitches, so, haha, who cares about your depressed sex drive from fucking Rogaine? You know, I do find it very funny that a lot of these people tend to call me a Reddit mod when most of these people are the biggest Redditors. Speaking of which, on cue every single time. That's very, very funny. Yeah, I bet listen, most of these guys, they need minoxidil, okay? They all have receding hairlines. They have no bitches. Nobody likes them. They have no friends. Everyone hates them. That's really about it. I wonder what it is at this time. Oh, I bet it's a Shoe on Head fan. Oh, I bet it's a fucking another Asmongold freak. And then they'll just be like, "Oh, I don't watch any of those people." It's like, sure you don't. I just stumbled into this video because my YouTube algorithm decided to show it to you. It's like, yeah, because you probably watch those people that I'm describing. Those people are always the funniest to me because it's just like, I wonder why the YouTube algorithm is showing me these things. Oh, it's because, like, you probably watch the fucking creators that I'm shitting on or something. Like, these people are demons. They are demons. They're demons. They just are. That's right. They just are. They're demons. I don't know, man. If you're coming into a tiny YouTuber chat in order to be go like you're a Redditor, I feel like you might be projecting a little bit, buddy. I think people might not be big fans of you. I'm just saying. At this point, we've seen thousands of your kind, I suppose. So, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, you're not being mean enough. Right, we need one of these bad boys. Which means we need the rocket launcher. Oh, because I shit on probably all of the people that you're a fan of, because they deserve to be fucking shat on. Yeah, whoa, I've attracted the ire of massive fucking fan bases of 3 IQ troglodytes who just want to be given all their sloppy toppies, and they get upset when people say, like, wow, you people are fucking stupid for all these particular reasons. And you're just like, no, I'm not a triggered lipcock, you're the triggered lipcock. And I'm just like, alright, well, case in point. Like, you're still typing in this chat, man. You're just being triggered, bro. Like, I'm just chilling. I'm playing Factorio. I'm having a great time. I love Factorio. I love this game. It's a great game. I conduct unethical experiments. Right, of course. Mm-hmm. Oh, a fan of who? Oh, I'm not a fan of anyone. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, you do tend to, most of you people do tend to lie about as much as you breathe, so. I need some more of these just in case. Okay, so we need captive biter nests. Why do we need captive biter nests? Because we need the eggs. We need the eggs so we can build labs and other shit. I know, we need the cryogenic lab. My inventory is filled with lost stuff. Cryolab. Or rather, cryoplant. That's true, Matt. That is better than fucking a couch. But I don't know, for most of the people that we're describing here, they do seem to be okay with fucking couches. Buddy, hey, Lord Humongous, you're still in this fucking chat. If you don't want to be posting in here, you can just leave. You know, you have the option. Or are you too much of a fucking, like, dumb fuck, like, soy cattle? Like, do I need to, like, lead you around like a sheep? To tell you that you can just click the X button and you won't be missed. Do I need to, like, I don't know, like, jingle some keys so you can leave or something? Like, do you need me to give you permission? That's really weird, bro. Like, why are you so desperate for my permission to tell you to leave? That's fucking weird, bro. That's kind of gay. You need men's permission to do stuff? That's kind of weird. No, I'm just saying. Kind of gay, bro. Kind of gay. Barreling machine. Alright, so empty fluoroketone. Okay, so these biters do hatch. Or the captive biter spawners do hatch into biters, which is very annoying. Get rid of these. Alright, that is that. Okay, so these will give me captive biter spawners, and then we want to use a couple of them to make more nutrients with, and then a bunch of other shit. Whatever you say. I mean, you're still posting in this chat, bro. I don't know. I think you're the one who seems very desperate for validation and attention. You're the one who keeps posting, little bro. And now you're just coping and seething, being like, well, whatever you say, soy lefty loser. It's like, dog, I showed you the door multiple times and you're still talking. Like, it gets to the point where, like, I'm just gonna think you're like a soy loser. Is it time for me to get rid of this train? I think it might be. I think it might be time for me to retire this train. We don't need these spawners anymore. They're completely useless now. Everyone's still trying to use the bot, but the bot doesn't work. Bro, Lord Humongous, you keep fucking posting even though you say you don't want to. Like, I don't get it, dude. Like, why are you still fucking posting here, buddy? Like, you seem very desperate. Like, do you not have a dad at home or something? Does your dad hate you or something? Like, you seem very desperate for my attention. It's a little weird, bro. Kind of gay. It's kind of gay, bro. Why are you so desperate for the attention of other men? I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. You seem a little fucking gay for attention. Oh yeah, we're talking to YouTube chat. Our favorite chat. No, I did not want that. What is with these people always constantly fucking projecting with their, like, weird fucking sexual insecurities all the time? Like, that's really fucking weird, bro. Like, I really do think that you're just desperate for, like, male validation. It's kind of gay, bro. I'm not interested in getting a bunch of male validation. That's not for me, bro. That's a you problem, little bro. Like, I will never understand with these these quote unquote chatters, where they'll just like be desperate for attention all the time and just project. It's very strange, very, very strange. It's like, okay, bro, we get it. You're gay for me or something. Like, goddamn, jeez. I never asked for any of this, but I mean, here you are, little bro. How do you know that I'm upset? I'm just curious. Like, what about my, like, tone or body language would indicate that I'm upset? I'm just a little curious. Like, there's a reason why I think you people are just cattle. Like, you're just being, like, led around like sheep or something. Like, honestly, break the paradigm, bro. Think for yourself. You know? Maybe Stacy will actually text you back instead of fucking with Tyrone, which you seem very upset by. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Maybe your family will love you again. You know, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Alright, how many of these do I want? Maybe like 10 of them. I think 10 should be good. Stack size of 1. Okay. Not me. I'm a humble Demir infiltrator. I got some like rags. Got a turban. Seven? It's not bad. Okay. Let's grab some more belts. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Your mod just admit to being used as an ATM? What, because Boy Meets Minnie had a long distance relationship once? What does that even mean? That doesn't make any sense. I'm a little confused. Oh, I'll say this to your face. Oh, what, you want to go gut for gut? If I was such a fucking pussy, then I wouldn't have fucking face cam on, you dumbass. You want to go gut for gut? We can go gut for gut. Let's go gut for gut, buddy. Let's go. I'll call you a bitch to your face. I don't care. You're just a bitch. You're a bitch who constantly projects. I leave my house fucking constantly. Like, what are you talking about? I go out, I do my groceries like a normal adult, right? I go help my parents with stuff like a normal adult. I hang out with IRL friends that I have. Like, you don't know my life. You know shit. Like, you don't know shit. You don't know me. You're the one, again, who's, like, desperately trying to vie for attention in a random stream chat. Like, you're the one with a weird fucking problem, bro. Like, do you just like having attention from, like, random men on the internet? Bro, that's kind of gay. Why are you so gay, little bro? Why do you want the attention of random men? You know that's gay, right? That should be... That should be enough. We get a splitter. This is for the spoilage. Where are you? You're what, like 5'9", 175? Bro, why are you trying to get my measurements? It's kind of gay, bro. That's a little weird. It's a little gay. Ha! Gay! Gay! What are you, gay? Well, you like knowing the measurements of other men? It's a little weird. I need a heating tower. You don't give a fuck about the Jews. Sure, man. Okay, enable, disable, bioflux. Let's just go with, if it's less than or equal to 500. Sure. Lovely. Yeah, that should be enough. That should be good. Whoops, don't want 100. Oh yeah, I guess it'd be like that. Damn, I had no idea that, well, that's Israel. Israel is the land of the Jews. We all know this, folks. Alright, time for you all to be fed so you don't turn into bad stuff. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Israel is the real 51st state. That's real. Oh, I don't want to use those. Spider egg. Boop. 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 Boom. So you are in charge of spoilage. I don't know, man. Weird. People are just making fun of you because you decided to come in here and just be like a fucking weirdo for no reason. Clearly vying for attention because probably your parents never gave you any when you were a kid. And no one fucking likes you. And would probably prefer if you just, like, decided to, like, fuck off and leave. Again, you're the one who's still desperately posting in chat. For some reason. Like, that's kind of weird, bro. I'm just saying. For shame. Okay, I think our egg problem is fixed. I think. Methinks. Now have plenty of extra biter eggs. I mean, those are people that are making fun. What, do you not think that they're people? That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Listen, man, I mean, if you don't want to just be so, come off as, like, so ridiculously desperate, like, I mean, you can just, like, you can, like, again, the door is right there. You can just leave at any point in time. No one's stopping you. No one's stopping you. You're the one who's, like, being, like, a ridiculously desperate weirdo. Like, at some point, you need to be able to take responsibilities for your own actions. I'm just saying. You can do that at any point in time, but you're just choosing not to, because you want attention. It's like, well, here you go. You got the attention. But it seems like you don't really like the attention that you're getting right now. Again, like, at some point, you got to learn how to take responsibility for your own actions. It's pretty simple. Lovely. Okay, so the next thing we need are pentapod eggs. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Maybe he's just gay for my hair. I mean, like, so weird, but alright. Dude, what's with your, like, weird hyperfixation on Indians, dude? Like, you okay? I'm a little confused. You have, like, some very strange obsessions. Like, you okay, little bro? We need to move this. That's fine. Because we'll need probably a tower here. A way to get rid of extra eggs, just in case. I think I will dedicate these two to shipping out eggs. I think. That'll work. You shall ship eggs. We stick 2 spawners here, 2 spawners here. A couple extra guns. Slap down a couple extra if we want to put more rockets. Untick those. Well, it seems like this is actually enough for now. If I have to make more, I can make a few more. And we can always extend the belt out. That is relatively simple. But when she works, she works. I don't even know what to color code these things, I'm gonna be honest. Like a yellow? That's fine. Okay, so, Cryolabs, Cryolabs, Cryolabs. Right, biter eggs, pentapod eggs. Read contents, read orbital requests. Outputs the sum of all unsatisfied logistical requests made by space platforms currently in orbit around this planet. I think we want that. I think. Problem is that these things will always keep doing their thing, even if there isn't any orbital requests. And they always have to be fed. Because if they're not fed, they get upset and then they turn into biter nests. That's what we don't want. Because then I'd have to come back here and recapture them. That's annoying, and I don't want to do that. I forgot about this extra nest I have. Alright. Eat so you shut the fuck up. Recant contents, set filters, insert modules, remove modules. Enable, disable, blah, blah, blah. Every 5, stack size 500. It's 5 stacks. May need more than this. Let's see. Where are you? You can now grab biter eggs. Please and thank you. Available in rocket silos. Available on planet. I'm going to want to change these from passive provider chests into just normal chests now. Just burn away fast enough. Alright, it's not bad. Alright, good, good, good. Alright, operating as intended. And these should be fast enough as is. So I may just need another one of these then. Just do a little something like this. Just need about 10 eggs. Speed up the process a little bit. Boop. Lovely. Okay, so that's biter eggs taken care of. If they hatch, they'll get shot. Which is fine. May need to move this thing. Oh, I definitely need to move this thing. Lovely. I'm assuming our one YouTube nuisance has decided to move on with their lives. About time. Maybe they'll be doing something better in their lives for once. Ah, who am I kidding? They're not. Okay, so I think we're done here. That'll fill up with eggs eventually. They will be picked up eventually by you. And then they will be dropped off to Maluna. Yay me. You. I'm gonna need you to, I'm gonna need this jabroni over here to bring me back fucking pentapod eggs to Maluna. Which is fine because it's just a hop, skip, and a jump. And it's not that big of a deal. It's a hop, skip, and a jump. And these things will typically take care of itself really, really easily. So it's not that big of a deal. I will probably need more than this because we also need biter eggs to send to Rubia to make science, the biofusion science. This is one of the other reasons why I wanted to head to Aquila, was to take care of biofusion science. So this is operating pretty much as expected. Where's the fluoroketo mule? Hello, mule. Okay, so because we'll need the fluoroketo mule. And we'll say inactivity or eventually this will just all balance out, right? Yeah, we'll just do an or here. Yeah, that's fine. Fluoroketone is a fluid that's used in a bunch of late game recipes. It's used for the fusion reactors. That's what it's used to make the plasma. Along with the fuel cells. This eventually turns itself into a self-sustaining loop, where you can just kind of leave this and it'll just do its thing for forever. Like, I don't ever have to look at this again, because this is all 1-to-1 ratios. And this blueprint, more than likely, perfectly maps that all out. So this is just allowed to just go on here for forever. It just has an initial cost of a lot of barrels. That's it. We paid the initial cost of the initial fuck ton of barrels. And this thing is good to go for the rest of eternity. It'll just go. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can copy and paste this. We just have to pay the initial cost of a ton of fucking barrels, and then it'll just go for forever. Fusion power is very, very, very broken. Same thing in space. The only thing you'll need is just fusion cells. That's it. So long as you got your fusion cells, you're good. Otherwise, that thing's just good. It's just going to stay there and just do its thing. For forever. Do I want to shit on this fucking one dude who's making terrible Pokemon takes? I'm very tempted. Well, I'm assuming... Yeah, they're malting about Gen 10. Pokemon has become corporate slop and you're the pig. If you're coming away with that take in the big year of 2026, then I'm sorry to say, but you don't know shit about fucking Pokemon. If you've made that realization just now, like the fuck are you talking about, bro? No, I don't think they're talking about the pig from the Zodiac, from like the Chinese Zodiac, Boy Meets Minnie. I think they're probably talking about like just a pig trough. Like, okay, was the I personally I wasn't a big fan of the Direct personally myself, but that's because I'm competitively minded. I only care about competitive Pokemon, so I care only about the main series games. That's all I care about, right? And yeah, not much was really revealed about Gen 10. But that's more like they just gave the starters, and that's like pretty fucking normal. Like I wasn't expecting really much of anything. I'm gonna be quite honest. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. But these people don't understand that there's a thing called different strokes for different folks. And that's mostly because they hate different folks. That's like the thing. But my curiosity has now been piqued. Perhaps I will take a look at this. Let's see. Lord... What is it? Frogmire, I think, is this dude's name. 47k fucking subscribers, eh? Chinese games are based. China #1. High Guard is the worst game of the decade. Oh, this dude is, This dude's a fucking anti-woke... dumb fuck. I'm gonna be quite honest. This guy is anti-woke slopped hard. This guy is giving off anti-woke slopped hard. I mean, all of them sound weak. But you know what? I'll dabble. Like, listen, I'm not opposed to just getting into the mud and just flinging a bunch of shit around. Like, I don't care. I'll add that to the docket. I don't give a shit. Like, is it, like, it's free, easy content to go after, like, all the anti-woke, like, grift channels. It's the easiest fucking shit on the planet, right? You're... Like who? Like Synthetic Man, Just a Robot, Geeks and Gamers, fucking Heel vs. Babyface, Critical Drinker, Rev says Desu, Yellow Flash Glide, Vera Dark. There's Ryan Kennel. I've listed 9 of them. Okay, I know a ton of them. Okay, there's so many people you can go over. I don't go after like the media grifters who talk about movies all that much because I don't. There's people who do that way better, and I don't really care as much about movies. Like that's just not my thing, not my lane. I don't really care. Birdman and like Otterly Noah do a very very good job at shitting on those dumbasses. So I'm just like, listen, you do you. I don't care. But if we're talking about like low IQ shit from Pokemon, why don't we take a look? We can do that. Disparu, that dude's obsessed with Rachel Zegler. She's getting better roles now. Or like Smash JT, who's currently in a lawsuit with Alyssa Mercante for having a obsession with Alyssa Mercante, and from what I've heard, that lawsuit has not been going well for him. And that he is in a very, very desperate position for money. Because for whatever reason he decided to fucking... Like, I don't know why he decided to fight that shit. Like... Okay, I know why. It's because he's fucking, like, really stupid, but... But we're soon gonna have to tear all of this apart. All of this gone. We're gonna need some big-ass fucking storage for all of this fucking bullshit. But this block of labs... How many is it? Well, I mean, these ones don't do anything. Oh, no, they do, actually. There's about 190-something labs. Never mind, it's 270 labs. These 270 labs, they're about to be replaced. I want to go for 100 Cryolabs. I'm going to go for 100. We may have to increase production of our novice sciences. Which is fine. We can probably push that out of this base. I've said before, this base is pretty much reached its limits. It would honestly be better for me to just leave this as is and then go somewhere probably up like north or south. It doesn't really matter. I would have to just I'd have to build something else if I wanted to go for something truly massive in terms of science production. Which would involve killing a lot of biters. That would be step 1, is a lot of killing. Step 2, setting up, well, miners and outposts and mines. But I only want to do this. I would only want to do that as soon as I head to Meraxis and I have the ability to build extra cargo landing pads. That's the only time I would want to do that. Because Meraxis gives me the ability to build extra cargo landing pads. Which is very overpowered. Here. Cargo landing pad capacity. It's obviously expensive. For good reasons. But this is really, really strong. Oh, we've successfully sent some shitters off. Lovely. Let's make sure that we take these fucking goddamn eggs off of this ship so then they don't spawn in space and start killing and nibbling at the ship. Because this ship obviously has no fucking defenses, and I'd rather not have 500 biters kill this ship. I mean, not that it would take very long to rebuild, I just don't feel like rebuilding it. Also, I have no defenses set up here, so if anything gets stuck in the machine, that'd be a bit of a problem. Well, first off, let's do this. Because the funny thing about the biters, they're able to survive in space. So, guns. It's more than enough. Right, we're ready to leave this place. I don't need to be here anymore. We're off to Gleba for pentapod eggs. Make a quick stop at Maluna to drop off some Tesla turrets. And then off to Gleba. Big Ethan and Hila fans are not happy about the fact that Ethan and Hila are supportive of the slaughter of civilians. Damn, who would have thought? Well, apparently they do apparently still have fans. Alright, that's that dropped off to Gleba. Hopefully. Oh, also, everyone's been complaining about the water starter, Gekwa, and the last several water starters apparently looking very gay. And extremely fucking feminine. It's just like, okay, dude, like, who the fuck cares? Yeah, so... I mean, listen, it's a bunch of, like, 3 IQ fucking tourists who always complain about this stupid dumb shit because, of course, it's always them. That's a lot of spoilage on the belt. Why's all this spoilage here? What the heck? Some just got cleared out. Well, that's fine. Okay, we're here for pentapod eggs. Am I running out of nutrients? Shouldn't be. Still have plenty of nutrients left. Just thinking to myself, do I need more nutrients? I mean, it'll fill itself back up eventually once demand goes down, so it should be fine. I should be fine. Alright, we got some shit we need to build. AKA eggs. What do pentapod eggs stack to? 200, eh? Okay. You are gonna get yourself some pentapod eggs. All requests satisfied. Lovely. And then you will be headed off to for Maluna. Item count. Pentapod egg equals 0. And that's just going to be a quick little pit stop. And this thing will always be going down quickly enough because there will always be demand for bioflux. I don't remember what the spoilage time for a pentapod egg is. I need to double check that. 15 minutes. Very cool, very good. Never. I will never have shorter hair. Yeah, the shorter, not shorter hair, longer hair is here to stay. Let's go nowhere. That ain't going nowhere. The cream. The cream of the crop, brother. Alright, so... Luna. Are you ready to now also receive pentapod eggs? Penta. 200. And it's unfortunate that these things are just going to kind of be stuck in there because the Cryolabs are not being produced yet, but they will be relatively soon. So that's fine. I forgot to put a description for this video. Well, well, well. If it isn't Zane the Fane of the Bane. Ah, yes! I'm not the Fortus Netus. I don't know why you're calling me Putis. Do I look like El Fortus fucking Netus to you? What the fuck is this? How dare you call me fucking Putis? What kind of fucking racism is this? Calling me fucking Putis. For shame. For shame. I'm nothing like the El Putius Maximo Mixusifus. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do with Zane. Boy Meets Mini. Stick Zane inside the device. Inside. You're going inside the device. You're going inside. And there's nothing you can do about it. Yep, you're cooked. It's over for you. It's fucking over for you, Buster. Lovely. I'm going to say inactivity around 2 minutes. Because these things have basically half of the spoil time. And the problem is that eventually more of them you also get put in here. And they spend time fucking spoiling. Which is not exactly ideal. I can't be staying around for forever. So we'll do inactivity there. Actually, I think I may actually need to make a dedicated... I will need a dedicated ship for this, actually. Because the problem is that this ship also picks up biter eggs for Gleba. So in reality, we actually don't want you to head to Maluna whatsoever. We'll do it for the first round here, but actually we will want you to do it. We'll say or. Add station Maluna. Item count pentapod equals 0. Then we go here, go to view. Drop those dumbasses off, get rid of that. There. That should be okay then. Dubai airports, you say they're packed. I wonder why they might be packed. There couldn't be any particular reasonings for as to why Dubai airports are packed. Boy Meets Mini, do you know why? What are the stack sizes of these things? 5? Okay. I think we're done here. So artistic. What's this? Yeah, that's a lot of people. Wonder why it might be like that. I know that a bunch of the Middle Eastern allies are actually really, really upset about Trump's actions, for example. They've been expressing how they're actually extremely fucking pissed. Because they're just like, hey, wait a minute, I didn't think we'd actually get hit in all these attacks. Like, why the fuck are we getting hit in these attacks? It's fucked up. It's like, yeah, no shit, you guys are getting hit in these attacks. Man, who saw the giant rash thing on Trump's neck? Looking pretty. He's looking rather gangly. He's like, I think he might be dying. I think he's dying. I don't think Trump's going to be very long for this world anymore. I think he's on his way out. Oh well. Whoa, these things are big. What are these? 7 by 8? Nope, they're 7 by 7. Big. Oh, we're gonna need a bunch more of these. What's up, Star? Oh, well, you know, it do be like that sometimes. A sane YouTube chatter in my 2026? A YouTube chatter that's not fucking insane? Happens less often than you think. Okay. Rocket capacity of 1. Oh. Well, luckily they're being built here, so it doesn't really matter. And everything is less expensive to launch rockets, so it's not a big deal. Sane YouTube chatter. It happens less often than you think, Star. I've always loved Satisfactory, but if I haven't played Factorio, well, you're in luck, because this game is really good. It's a great game. Can be, you know, daunting, but like Satisfactory, it will eventually turn into an addiction. As one does. Listen, I don't have a problem, okay? I only have a couple of planets. It's not that many planets. I only have a couple of factories. I only have a couple of factories. Okay, well, make sure you're fixed. I only have a couple of factories. Only several. Yeah, it's only 3 mods installed. Okay, this might actually be a bit of a problem because this green Tiberium is infesting my blue Tiberium, and I don't want that. And I may have to do something a little drastic to fix that. Or I might just not care all that much. But I only have a couple of factories, just a couple, just a few, nothing too crazy. But yeah, this game is pretty good. I also have to figure out how we can get... What is the appropriate shit to get this shit out? Because apparently we've already found some stuff in there. But yeah, I could just keep going. I will keep going. No one can stop me. No one will ever stop me. But yeah, this game is really good. A lot of the concepts that are applied in Factorio do translate relatively easily and well, I think, over to Satisfactory, but it kind of depends. Like, you won't be using manifolds as much because of how belt mechanics work, how inserter mechanics also work. So manifolds are not going to be as much of a thing. I mean, you could do manifolds if you want, but you don't have to. Also because of how the belts work and everything. Blah, 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 blah. Bots are a lot more space efficient than drones, I would say. Just make sure you have a good power grid, really. There's less power options in Factorio in comparison to Satisfactory. Satisfactory has a lot more transitionary steps for power. Not so much in Factorio. There's only three kinds of... Well, two archetypes of power, but the only power plants that exist, there's only three kinds. It's solar, nuclear, which falls under like steam power, and like of course steam engines. Basically, really the only good thing is just make power with turbines, and that's really about it. There's multiple ways of making it work with like steam turbines, so like you can put burnable material into a heating tower, use that heat to go into pipes with heat exchangers to turn a bunch of water into steam, and then there you go, you have power. Easy. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's also temperature mechanics and all this shit, yada, yada, yada. We need more coal, that's true, we need more coal. Silly Zane. You use the coal to turn the water into steam. We all know this. We all know this. But yeah, this game is really good. It has infinite replayability because of all the mods. Even like vanilla Factorio has so much replayability because of, well, the game just being good. This is a very, very good game. Right now, all I'm doing right now is just waiting around for these labs to be made. These new Cryolabs. Which will make my science rate go up significantly. I guess that's also another thing that's also true, different. As well. Is the mechanics of science. That's probably the biggest difference. ABC News Will's Staken proclaims Hassan Piker's popular Twitch stream will likely be a must-stop for 2028 hopefuls. Watching Gems try and figure out how to approach that will be something. What? Because he had an interview with Tom Steyer, right? Trying to think. What? Not a good or a bad thing. Probably overall good. Because, I mean, the biggest problem with the Democratic Party is the fact that they're just not receptive at all to the younger base of the party. Not all whatsoever. Well, do we have a containment breach? That's fine. U.S. Appeals Court rejects Trump's admin's bid to delay tariff refunds lawsuit. I've seen this, yes. He's trying to... Because everyone is suing him right now to give them refunds for the tariffs that just got struck down. Obviously, he's not doing it. And then everyone's just like, no, you will do it, because the Supreme Court told you to do it. Fuck you. There's a containment breach. Meh, that'll happen. Sir, there was a containment breach. I'll need a couple of guns here, just in case. Alright, that should be good enough. Alright, in the meantime, what I was wanting to do was, yamp over video. These will get made eventually. It'll just take a little bit of time. Will there be containment breaches? Probably of mostly pentapods, but that's fine. Who really gives a shit about pentapods? They're weak and they suck. I will just stand there with lasers and they'll die. They can't do shit to me. Don't care. Don't care. Didn't ask. Plus you're cringe and I don't like you. Let's see. I want to make fun of this video because it looked funny. Thank you, Sam. Yoink. 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 You know what we're gonna do? Just for you, Zane. Just for you, buddy. We're gonna look at a dark matter video today. I have a couple. I have like 2 of them in my docket or something. If my fucking shit can load. Be epic. No, no. Well, that one's really long. It's about Minneapolis. When society chooses the villain. I'm intrigued by this one. So I'm going to head to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to get some water. And then we shall start our yapping. But I will be right back. Boom. We got that yoinky, we got that sploinky. You know, everyone says sploinky, but never about spoinky. What's up with that? Never anything about spoink. People found out Spoink was is in the files. Spoink would never be in the files. Imagine else doesn't know how to spell Spoink. Pepe laugh. Spoink would never be in the Epstein files. What are you talking about? Alright, closing that. 45. Okay. 40 fucking 5. Don't ask what I'm doing. I'll kill you. I will. I'll do it. Yoink this shit here, yoink that shit there. What am I doing? Nothing. Clearly. Clueless. I mean, right now, we're just waiting for the Cryolabs to be made, and then we're going to be implementing the Cryolabs. But yeah, we're listening to a dark matter video. Alright, let's get started with this. Society and choosing villains. I suppose, well, it's been a while since we talked about a dark matter video on the channel, but if I were to take a guess, and I'm going to take a little bit of a guess based off of the description, I'm going to assume what dark matter is more than likely going to go into here is the sort of, maybe not like byproducts, but sort of the issues with concentrated wealth. I'm trying to remember, what was the last video we talked about dark matter in? I think he was more so adopting like a lot more anti sort of billionaire sort of sentiments, beginning to sort of get more of a class conscious sort of position where a recognition of the current society that we live under is fundamentally unstable, right? People are so ridiculously desperate and are in such desperate, dire straits to find some form of a solution to the problems that they are currently faced with that, well, when faced with such desperate sort of, well, problems, I guess, for lack of a better term, it makes it such that it is the more difficult, I guess, than ever. I guess like more difficult than ever for basically people to be like, oh, well, you know, to have like what is it? What am exactly is the terminology that I'm looking for? Oh, with like material conditions being as terrible as they are right now, it makes it just that people are going to be more and more, I would say, like, ridiculously desperate to find some form of way out, let's just say. Some form or way to be able to, I guess, for lack of a better term, fix the current, like, desperate, dire straits that they find themselves under, right? And as a result of people's material conditions, broadly speaking, not being addressed, a lot of people will start to point fingers, generally speaking. And this can very much so be taken advantage of by a lot of, well, far-right figures especially, and a lot of dishonest actors, generally speaking, right? People like Trump scapegoat pretty much, I think, explicitly as his main strategy of political engagement, I guess, for lack of a better term. The MAGA movement is one that is, broadly speaking, built on people being scapegoated and blamed for, well, honestly, a lot of the problems that Trump himself has helped to cause. We've taken a look at the video by Eve. I'm just going to call her Evie. Obviously, it's like Evie Production News 100 something. I don't remember exactly. Channel 100 News with Evie. I don't remember the fucking name. I'm really bad with names. And she talked about why do Trump supporters vote for Trump. And a lot of it is because they feel emasculated, because of the fact that their jobs have all been shipped overseas, and a lot of it is because they are just fucking racist. Right? It's more complicated. People are in such desperate, dire straits that they want to start pointing fingers at, well, anyone else besides, well, all of the billionaires who basically have control over the aspects of their lives, right? Like that are funneling so much wealth and power into their own hands, in the hands of a fewer subset of people, to the degree where it is just causing general instability in the entirety of the fabric of society. Like, I mean, people are starting to say, and correctly I would say, that billionaires are national security threats. And I do agree with the sentiment that billionaires are definitely national fucking security threats. Like, the fact that these dudes with so much fucking wealth and power can, like, rival nation states and are able to basically bring countries to their knees, well, that's a bit of a problem. A bit of a really big problem. And it is something, broadly speaking, that should be, you know, dealt with. Like, I mean, the fact that, like, I guess wealth taxes are now, like, foreign policy, I guess, for lack of a better term, is, like, genuinely insane. But it pretty much says, like, how sort of desperate the sort of, I guess, position that we find ourselves under now, where, like, people are just going to take, you know, advantage of the desperate straits that people are feeling because of the fact that, well, people are just not, broadly speaking, having any form of relief from their, I guess, like, general sort of predispositions and class distinctions in their lives. Because, well, there's just a very small minority of people who want to have all of the money for themselves, and they will do literally anything possible to have all of the money for themselves. And, you know, look at the fucking billionaires. I'm rambling here a little bit. Why don't we get into the actual video itself, which I assume is probably going to be mostly talking about scapegoating. Thank you, YouTube.
Does art imitate life? Mimesis. Or does life imitate art? Anti-mimesis. Well, obviously both happen, but one happens more than the other. In a capitalist society, I believe it's mimesis. Art imitates life. That's because relatable art sells. So the art that's going to become profitable is the art that's going to resonate with people. And that which is profitable is emulated and thus becomes more common. So,
True.
What we see in our art is a reflection of our society. Now, I want you to think of all the popular literature, movies, shows, video games, etc. that glorify the villain. Focus upon the villain. Make the villain...
Focus upon the villain. Video games have, generally speaking, focus upon the villain. God, I'm trying to think of some good examples of that. I mean, okay, I'm trying to think, like, do we want to go, like, technical about it, technically speaking? I was going to say, like, Call of Duty, because it has, like, you know, military propaganda for the United States of America, but that's not exactly the correct way to engage with this question. I was also going to say Warhammer 40k, but that's like, actually, technically, everybody is the bad guy in 40k, so that's not exactly it either. Is there a lot of video games that focus on the fucking bad guys? I don't really think so. Are there video games where they let you just play as the bad guys? I mean, there definitely is. I'm just not fucking thinking of any right now.
The protagonist empathize with the villain, or make the villain a far more interesting character. Think of how much our media gives the protagonist traits that would be more fitting of an antagonist, and then ask yourself what that says about us.
So, yeah, like, well, the Warhammer 40k games. That's, like, perfect right there, then. Like, any game that has a Warhammer property in it is pretty much perfect to that to the T. Like, what, like, Vermintide, Victor Saltspire, right? Very, very pious, religious zealot. You know, he's a witch hunter. All right, blessed Sigma, right? Like, religious zealotry, broadly speaking, is frowned upon in a lot of fucking games. Oh, I just thought of one. Halo 2. Holy shit! How did I not fucking think of Halo 2? Where you play as the Arbiter. Holy shit! That just fucking came to me, like, immediately. Yeah, Halo 2. The Covenant are obvious antagonists within Halo 2. Obviously, there's missions where you play as the Arbiter, where you play as the antagonist, and then you see the entirety of the Schism, and then, like, oh, all of a sudden, I guess, like, the Arbiter becomes kind of a good guy, yada yada. Yeah, that's a little ridiculously simplified. That's more so to go into a lesson talking about, hey, religious fanaticism is actually kind of bad, guys, but, you know, that's a completely different story. I was thinking of video games. I was not thinking of movies, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but these are a lot of good examples.
My dad loved horror movies. The scarier, the better. And of course, I like them now, but as a kid, they were too scary for me. When I was 16 years old, however, we finally saw a movie together that did not scare me at all, but it deeply scared my father. So much so that even though he liked the movie, he still refused to ever watch it again. And that was very strange, because it wasn't even a horror movie. But his fear makes sense once you hear why. Let me explain. You see, my dad was both tall and big. When I was a kid, I saw him get violent with other men on a few occasions. And each time, he physically dominated them. It was very one-sided. He could be pretty scary when he wanted to be. I loved my dad very much, but when he was the age I am now, he had a really bad temper, way worse than mine. He was a good man, but his bad temper was one of his main faults. We used to go to the movies together every weekend. Back then, a movie ticket was only about $4. And one weekend, in February of 19...
Holy shit, bro. $4 fucking movie tickets, bro. That's a You want to swallow a fucking black pill? That's a fucking black pill to swallow right there. Jesus Christ. Movie tickets used to be $4 fucking, bro. Just like thinking, just even like hearing that just makes me want to like doomer spiral out, bro. Like, God, that fucking sucks.
1993, we saw a movie called Falling Down with Michael Douglas. It was a movie about a divorced and depressed, average, middle-aged man named William Foster, who just finally snapped. The philosopher Carl Jung may have described it as his call to individuation, a drive to live authentically, abandoning the fake persona that you present to the world in favor of who you really are underneath it all. In other words, you live according to your core values without concern for the approval of others.
Jordan
Foster
Peterson
was laid off from his job, sort of thrown away after years of work like a worthless piece of trash. He got out of his car in the middle of LA traffic and just walked away from it. Done. His call to individuation involved just completely ceasing to put up with anyone else's bullshit.
Pardon me, but that's bullshit.
He just sort of stopped caring about civility and started telling people what he really thought, with no censor. Which...
So I'm starting to see where exactly dark matter is going with this, because guess who that describes to a fucking goddamn actual T? Trump supporters, right? And it was in the same video that I mentioned before, I'll probably stick it in the description, is Channel 100 Evie, right? Or something. Her name is Evie, that's all I remember, okay? Her name is fucking Evie, right? And one of the things she was talking about and one of the main reasons why a lot of Trump supporters, because I'm just gonna I guess sort of make a very bold prediction, but dark matter's probably going to talk about Trump if I were to take a guess, right? And the sort of victimhood narrative complex that Trump supporters, generally speaking, have and operate with. But the thing specifically with a lot of Trump supporters, and that is pretty much precisely the attitude that they had right around 2016, right? A lot of them said, fuck it, we don't give a shit, we're going to live our sort of authentic, mostly racist selves, right? Because Donald Trump was the sort of main vessel, I suppose. We can go with vessel. The main vessel that was expressing the sort of sentiments that these people had. A lot of it because of how they just did not like the fact that President Obama was, black and was president for 8 years, right? That's definitely a big part of it, right? A lot of it is because these people felt very much so emasculated by the fact that there was a black president, right? That's part of it. A lot of it was because of all the factory jobs being shipped overseas. That's also a part of it, although I don't... if it was a particularly massive factor, that's different. That's definitely a question. I think it's a little bit of both, right? Part of it is the racism. Part of it is also because of the emasculation that these people felt, because from President Obama being president for 8 years. A lot of it is because of I want to mostly say and just focus more on material analysis here and just say it's probably the biggest factor in particular was more than likely because of the fact that a lot of these Midwestern factory towns, they lost all their factories. Pretty much the vast majority of them lost their fucking jobs, and also the vast majority of these people also felt very much so emasculated for the fact that it was probably a black man, for example, who took away their jobs, right? He promised hope and fucking change, right? The black guy, Barack Obama in this particular instance, he promised all of this hope and fucking change. And what did we get? It's more of the fucking same. More and more jobs being fucking shipped overseas. And a lot of these people internalized that and basically decided to project that outward in a sort of racist manner. And the guy who was able to sort of seize upon that was, none other than, a big Trump himself. That's me, folks. I was able to seize upon people's racist sentimentalities in order to be able to get to the presidency.
Which, as you may imagine, did not go over so well with others. And with each new altercation he got into, by sheer luck, he'd end up with progressively more dangerous weaponry to facilitate his will. Starting out with a bat and a knife, and ending up with firearms and eventually even a rocket launcher. Inevitably, he killed people.
Get that shit.
It was kind of like fantasy fulfillment, the things you think about doing to assholes you encounter but never actually dare to do because you don't want to ruin your life. But what if you think your life is already ruined? What if you have
nothing to
left
lose?
to lose? What's to stop you?
Yeah. Now you're gonna die wearing that stupid little hat. How does it feel?
I remember...
Dude, this is such an accurate description of how a lot of these nihilistic fucking shooters have, God, what's the name? Robin Westman, nihilist, right? I'm not sure if they were a fucking Trump supporter. I mean, there was recently another kid that took their own lives because of 764, like sort of like cult-like indoctrinations. But who are the other ones that are like so ridiculously desperate in terms of like school shootings? Wasn't there like a recent shooting done by some trans Nick Fuentes fan, I think? I mean, we could say the same thing about Tyler Robinson, the individual who allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk. That was definitely another instance of just a highly, highly nihilistic, well, not Midwestern kid, but I guess, like, okay, I'm gonna have a take here. I'm gonna have a take. I think we may be seeing the new era of sort of like the quote-unquote Obama to Trump voter that has been activated because of racism and losing factory jobs. But it's going to be, I think, a little different, where instead of the main driver being like feeling emasculated because of racism, because of the black president taking away your jobs after promising hope and change, besides the fact that you just felt like kind of generally racist due to the fact that the country that was mostly meant to be quote-unquote a white Christian country that's being led by white Christian men, instead of all of that, I think it's going to take the form potentially of more like definitely it's going to skew a lot younger for sure, because the thing that I'm describing here is mostly with people who skewed a lot older for sure. Like I would say like Gen Xers, definitely boomers, but Gen Xers and boomers absolutely, that were living in all of these like dead factory towns and rural towns, of course. But I think this is something that's going to be skewing rather younger, and I think it's probably going to lead to a lot more sort of like neo-Nazi sort of esque shootings, right? Because there is a lot more instances of fucking anti-Semitism. I think it's probably going to be a lot more populist. It's going to be a lot more sort of conspiratorial. I think it's going to be very, very much so conspiratorial. This like new sort of wave of the sort of quote-unquote Obama to Trump voter, where they just feel like these people will have absolutely nothing left to lose and are going to commit like more and more sort of like depraved acts of terror. Like I think we've covered this video before, but there was an attempt by a Trump supporter who was very young and also tried to go ahead and kill Donald Trump while at Mar-a-Lago, right? And this is something that's going to be happening, I think, way, way more often. I think it's going to be driven by a lot of nihilism. It's going to be driven by the fact that a lot of people just feel like there's just nothing left for them. So they're just going to, I don't know, go like a bat out of hell in order to, and just, well, I guess for like lack of a better term, just go ahead and basically go out in a quote-unquote blaze of glory in order to be able to just, I think, like, just try to take out as many people as possible, or try to take out someone important, because I do think there's probably going to be a lot more attempted assassinations of like political pundits, probably even presidents. We've been seeing that specifically with the Charlie Kirk assassination. That has certainly been opened up, and the multiple attempts on Trump's life as well. That it is something that has definitely been opened up to, for sure. And it's probably going to get worse. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point there's going to be, like, terror plots uncovered by, like, the FBI being conducted. They're probably already being uncovered constantly. We just don't know about it. More like terror plots that are being uncovered that are going to be led against, like, certain politicians or something because of, like, the sort of, like, deeply, deeply nihilistic culture and time that we find ourselves under, right? Does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? Basically, like, the fact that the material conditions have just not been addressed for so long is going to lead to general sort of instabilities, which is why like people are broadly speaking saying like, dog, if we don't like address the stratification of wealth that currently exists in the United States of America, it's going to turn into a national security problem.
At the time that we both liked.
Oh, and just to like wrap up that little point there, that was okay. Now, maybe not really a little point that I was saying there, but the FBI, I believe themselves, have said that the biggest threat to internal threat to the United States of America are who? Well, domestic terror threats by the right wing.
The movie. So, about 6 months later, when we went to Blockbuster to rent a movie, I noticed that Falling Down had become available to rent. When I suggested getting it, my dad adamantly refused, which surprised me, because he seemed to like the movie when we saw it in the theater. No, not that one, he said, reminding me of my reaction as a little kid when he picked out a horror movie. Like he was genuinely scared to watch it. And my dad wasn't usually talkative. He didn't volunteer explanations. So I wondered why, and I nagged him about it. Why? Why can't we get it? I want to watch it. Eventually, he answered me, and I never forgot his explanation, even though it was 33 years ago. You know what he told me?
Damn.
He said he was afraid of how much he felt inspired by it. That made sense to me. My dad had a temperament for violence, so he allowed his rational self to preempt his darker side so that he would not be tempted to do the things he saw in that movie, which realistically would just destroy his life, the lives of others, and severely affect my life as his son. So even though I wanted to see the movie again, I quickly let it go. If he had given me any other explanation, I probably would have argued, but I did not argue against that one because I didn't want to lose my dad. So I didn't lose him. He got older and stopped getting into altercations. He calmed down and seemed to be at peace before he finally did die, much later, of cancer. I once heard a sentiment that...
Well, I guess that's good. Well, not the cancer. That you know, press have to pay respects, but the calming down, the altercations, right? Because like, let's be honest here, that shit that's just not, it's just not happening anymore, right? Like, I think we can all acknowledge that. I mean, especially online, a lot more people are more adamant and rather aggressive in terms of trying to defend their sort of positions, I guess, for lack of a better term, right? We live in a rather polarized time, and I've talked about this sort of concept before, and this, I think, more overall sort of comes back to the death of subjectivity. Haha, Daho mentioning the death of subjectivity again. Who would have thought? Whoa, crazy. The sort of problem that I think we are, I guess, finding ourselves with, I guess for like lack of a better term, is the fact that people, broadly speaking, and this is very, very much so the byproduct of social fucking media, a lot of people are more so always sort of like ready to get into altercations with people, ready to just get into fights with people, because that's, broadly speaking, rewarded throughout like algorithms and whatnot. Given the fact that critical thinking is also or I would say dead within the United States of America, or given also the fact that generally speaking, people are just not like, you know, I was going to say wholeheartedly incapable, but I don't think incapable is the correct sort of way of putting this, but completely and utterly uninterested in being able to engage critically with one another anymore, makes it such that, well, people are more sort of like prepared and not prepared. That's not right. More adamant and more aggressive and more wanting of, I guess, wanting to get into like fights with their sort of like fellow American, or to get into altercations with people that they've never met before. Like, people are more likely to be rather like vitriolic and I guess ridiculous about, well, the fact that shit's just rough out there. No one's really willing to want to learn about another person's sort of like problems, or spend a moment in their sort of shoes, because again, everyone's like ridiculously desperate and poor, and it's making it such that, oh, people are going to act out on their sort of like, well, ridiculous, like, not ridiculous, but act out in their, like, desperate throes of trying to, well, get along in order to just be able to survive. I hope, like, okay, it's a little rambly what I'm saying here. It's a little, like, I was going to say ridiculous. That's not ridiculous. It's a little rambly what I'm mostly saying here. But I hope, like, what I'm saying is makes a bit of sense. People who, because we live in a very, like, socially stratified moment, economically speaking, of course, where people are just desperate. People are desperate for some form of relief, anything, right? There is this call, and here's a really, really good example of this, but there is this call on C-SPAN of this 65-year-old woman. It's very, very sad. I might go over the video one day. But this woman on C-SPAN was basically sort of talking about how she basically has nothing in terms of, like, food stamps, right? Because the Republican Party have done everything possible to take away the welfare benefits that she used to fucking have, right? The Republicans have made it rather clear that they just hate the working class, and they hate you specifically, and they want you to suffer. Period. End of story. That's not ridiculous. That's not silly. That's just a fact. It is true. The Republican Party does not care about the working class and prefer the working class if the working class were to fucking suffer, right? Like, that's not ridiculous to fucking say. Yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, people are getting fucking needled and dimed right now. It's sad. It's not good. Like, it's just sad. It's terrible. It makes you. I feel bad. You feel bad. We all fucking feel bad about it, right? Like, obviously, but, like, people have been getting into sort of positions and places in their lives where there has been no relief for the latter part of about, what, I think, like, we can say about, like, 50 years or something, right? Like, wages have stagnated, more and more wealth has been concentrated into the hands of fewer and fewer people, and people are fucking desperate, right? Because everyone can see that everything is getting ridiculously worse, and it's making it such that people are not willing to critically engage or critically think anymore, and are not willing to sort of, like, fit in another person's shoes. Because, like, why would you? You're desperate, and you just want to look out for yourself. You're number one, right? You're numero uno. You need to look out for yourself in order to be able to survive for yourself and your fucking family, right? That's what you care most about. And a lot of it is also because of, well, education also dying in the United States of America, which is also contributing to this problem of people not wanting to fit in another person's shoes, not willing to want to understand their sort of perspectives, right? Not willing to sort of, like, get along with people, and are more likely to just scapegoat others. For what purpose exactly? Well, because of the fact that they are in economically dire straits, and no one is able to sort of, like, participate in the real economy anymore. Like, it's pretty much fucking dead at this point. Everything is financial fucking speculation. Everything is fucking dog shit and terrible. And people are, like, shocked Pikachu facing that everyone is, like, so ridiculously desperate to find some form of reprieve or relief. I'm not really surprised by that whatsoever. Like, it just makes sense to me. Like, 1,000 fucking percent that people are just so desperate. And it's only going to get worse. Like, Trump's obviously not going to do anything about it. The Democrats are not going to do anything about it. All these motherfuckers are basically doing right now is essentially saying, like, well, it's time for the Palantir takeover to inevitably happen within the United States of America, and we just need to make sure that we have our own position secure in the hierarchy to make sure that, well, we don't get completely, I don't know, shunned away from Palantir. Like, because politicians are incredibly self-interested. They're not going to fucking do anything about this. And the situation's only going to get worse and worse and worse. Oh, yes, I forgot. Like, the woman on food stamps. Basically, like, Republicans have cut food stamps to the degree where she just can't feed herself anymore. She can't do it. She's a 65-year-old woman. She can't work. She's disabled. She can't drive. And the nearest grocery store is, like, 15 miles away from her. She can't walk there. She's a 65-year-old woman who's disabled and is blind. Like, she can't fucking do that. She would need some help. She needs food stamps. and she can't fucking work. Like, she can't pull herself by her bootstraps anymore. And this is the ridiculously desperate time where people are, broadly speaking, more and more just, well, not, like, coming at anything from the lens of, oh, wow, that's a really, really desperate situation that you find yourselves under. You know, how about you, like some people will just say, like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just, like, do better. It's like, well, you can't. That's not always the optimal solution. That's not always going to fucking work every single time. And people are only just going to get, like, more and more desperate, and it's going to result in some, well, really, really bad outcomes.
Kind of stuck with me, and it goes like this. You grow up wanting to be the hero. You grow old understanding the villain. You die too powerless to be the hero and too apathetic to be the villain. That describes my dad, and I have a suspicion that it also describes a lot of us. I think it means that we're very idealistic when we're young, so it's easy to imagine being a hero with a strict moral code, saving others. But as you get older and gain more experience with the way the world really operates, others are seen as more of a problem, so you have less of a desire to save them. You become more realistic, disillusioned, cynical, and can start to empathize with the villain and their motives. It's a lot more...
That's such a good description right there, I think, of, like, a lot of these, like, conservative boomers. That's so fucking good, dude. I've done that for 12 years in a corporate career. Even with promotion into a senior role, the finances are stagnant, and you're just keeping up with inflation. It's bad, man. Like, I've talked about this concept before, but the current sort of, like, paradigm that we find ourselves under, it's unsustainable. You can't sustain this. Like, it's not possible. Like, the billionaire wealth was never gonna fucking trickle down to us. That was a bunch of hooey. That was a bunch of bullshit. And people are just getting fucking desperate, and I don't blame them for getting desperate.
Difficult to save a bunch of lives than it is to pick up a gun and take a bunch of lives. And so, when you're old, you have neither the power to save people nor the inspiration to condemn them. Most of us will never be a hero or a villain. Those are lofty concepts, usually only reserved for literature, movies, and games. What most of us will do, however, is root for either the hero or the villain. That's important because what's special about us common folk is that we ultimately hold the keys to the power, and we get to decide who can use those keys. And what I've seen more and more as I've gotten older is a greater love for the villain. What I'm starting to see is an entire society of William Fosters. So many people feeling used and thrown away, left to contend with a world that doesn't give a shit about them. So why should they give a shit about the world? Everything is becoming more expensive. Food, housing, medicine, transportation, entertainment, etc. Just to live is so expensive now.
True.
Relationships are getting harder to find because we're becoming so isolated and antisocial, so people aren't having families. With no house, no wealth.
And I mean, like, I've also talked about this concept before. What's essentially being used to replace that? Oh, like AI fucking companions. That's like the current solution that these billionaire fucking psychotic freaks have basically come up with to try to essentially, replace, like, human social interaction that's with, like, fucking robots. Like, when I say that billionaires are, like, fundamentally anti-fucking human, like, this is what I mean.
And no family, it's getting to the point where a lot of people are close to having nothing left, and so they have nothing left to lose. What happens next? What happens is that they become vulnerable to the first person who successfully takes advantage of the situation to sell them a solution, and that solution doesn't even need to work. It just needs to make people believe that it will work. And if it can give them an outlet for their anger and vengeance, then that solution will become all the more attractive. If the 2030s...
This perfectly fucking describes Trump supporters to a fucking T. That's literally them, right? So ridiculously desperate. I mean, the sort of, like, individuals that I've also been describing, relatively, well, you know, and that, like, take I was having earlier, like, young people are so ridiculously desperate to the point that, like, nihilism has taken root. And I've talked about this stuff before with basically, like, being able to have an average life being completely fucking impossible. It makes it such that people are going to sort of have the idea, like, what is the fucking point of any of this? Nihilism is going to take root, right? And that's pretty much what was always been intended from a lot of these like, billionaire sociopathic fucking dipshits. The reason why they want nihilism to sort of take root within people should be fairly fucking obvious. It makes it such that people are just going to be apathetic, not want to engage with the system that sort of is, well, the main thing that's basically fucking them over right now.
Look anything like the 1930s, which is entirely possible. Then we know what comes next.
Yep.
We know how people react to collapse.
Listen, there's already an effective fucking second Gilded Age, right? It's been described, broadly speaking, as we are living through the second fucking Gilded Age. And we all know what happened after the fucking after the first Gilded Age. The Great Depression and the rise of the Nazis.
What I fear now is that we live in a world without the same foresight and self-awareness my dad had that allowed him to preempt his darker side. As we enter the stage in our lives in which we understand the villain, what I see now is
again, this is the thing I've been describing earlier. This is the byproduct of having, like, the death of subjectivity. People not being, broadly speaking, actively engaging their critical thinking faculties because of the death of education, and also because of the fact that people are just wholeheartedly incapable of understanding another person's perspective on particular issues. And this is, like, what dark matter is essentially alluding to here is 1000% accurate, and it's only going to get worse, dude. Like, I don't want to sound like a nihilist myself. I don't think I'm a nihilist, right? But these positions that we find ourselves in, this is not sustainable, man. Like, something is eventually going to give. And the question is, well, the what exactly? Is it going to be the economy first? Is it going to be the state first? I have no idea. But what I do know is that the current sort of, like, trajectory that we find ourselves under is, it ain't good, people.
Lack of self-control. People gladly leaning into that darker side rather than having the wisdom my dad did to avoid inspiring it. There's a proclivity for violence boiling just under the surface of our society, and we're choosing the villain. You can see it in our media, you can see it in our politics. In so many cases, we find the villain to be the far more interesting character. When the villain is on the screen, we're more engaged. We're more excited to see prequels and sequels about the villain. We want to read about the villain. We like video games that let us be as bad as we want to be. These days, we're more likely to relate to the villain than to the hero. What does that say about us? This is not judgment. I enjoy the same things you do, but why? Because when the world becomes a harsher place, it becomes more difficult to resist cynicism, more difficult to see the good in others. And if you're not good, then nobody cares if you end up in the path of the villain's wrath. Nobody cares when those who promote...
Listen, it's like Warhammer, right? If everyone's a fucking villain, who the fuck cares, right? Like, exactly, this is exactly like the fucking Imperium of Man, right? If everyone's a fucking villain, and if everyone's a corrupt shithead, if everyone's just completely close-minded and doesn't give a fuck about the actions of certain people, who cares? It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, the bar is gone. The social fabric is not going to be able to function as it once used to. Everything just inevitably sort of deteriorates and disappears away. Because what's the point? Like, what is exactly the point? Yeah, exactly. Everything becomes, everyone's a fucking edge runner, right, in Cyberpunk. That's a good point, Boy Smitty.
Cruelty, receive cruelty. We elect the worst people imaginable. We elevate people who would be best suited as Bond villains. And when I look at videos of Hitler's speeches with his voice translated into English by AI, I see nothing but praise in the comments section. Look at any one of those speeches and you'll find thousands upon thousands of comments gushing over how great Hitler was. Fake bot accounts? Possibly. Certainly not all of them.
I don't think it's all of them, though.
Is the absence of the contrary. They say that he makes a lot of sense, that his words were so true and perfectly describe our reality today. What's very disconcerting is that there are always a lot of comments from people who say that they changed their mind about him once they were able to actually listen to his speeches. That when they were growing up, they always thought he was just a crazy, angry German guy, and that they felt school lied to them. But now they see them.
This is the problem with anti-Nazi education. Again, this is the same thing I've talked about before. The death of critical thinking and education within the United States of America. America has not been very effective at being able to teach anti-Nazism within its sort of educational system. And that's, a lot of it is on purpose. And the reason for that is because if America were to properly engage in anti-Nazi rhetoric, it would have to sort of deal with some rather uncomfortable truths. A lot of what Hitler did was inspired specifically from the United States of America. Jim Crow, a lot of those sort of systems from Jim Crow, Hitler also implemented within the Third Reich, right? A lot of the inspirations for Hitler's policies, a lot of that came from fucking America. That is the fucking problem. It goes up against the Protestant power establishment. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. But not only that, but this is also the byproduct of the United Daughters of the fucking Confederacy and the failures of Reconstruction, right? Racial integration within America made it such that something like this can fucking fester and sort of explode in the sort of way that it does now. And America, fundamentally speaking, never willing to ever engage with the sort of problems, let's just say, of its incredibly racist Jim Crow slavery past, has made it such that it became, well, this people fawning over the worst of history, the worst villains on the fucking planet, and is making it such that all of these like neo-Nazi freaks are able to sort of populate and sort of, well, let's just say, find rapport, I guess for lack of a better term, within broader sort of society, right? Just as, you know, Dark Matter was saying himself. What essentially happens when there is like no more guardrails and like a lot of this becomes normalized and it's all okay? People prefer to just take the side of the villain while you have this.
Light, and they see that Hitler was right all along. They say that we fought for the wrong side. It deeply disturbs me.
It's bad.
To watch them be manipulated in my time by a man who manipulated the people of his time.
That has surprised me.
Many years ago, if you called Hitler a bad person, you'd be accused of virtue signaling. It would be obvious to everyone. Calling Hitler bad is easy because he obviously was.
Mm-hmm.
But now, people will argue with you about it. It's a form of...
I think this is also something that I've mentioned myself as well, right? To say that Hitler is bad and that causing a fucking argument is genuinely fucking insane. That should never be the fucking case. Hitler is bad because of all of the actions and policies that he did throughout the Holocaust, throughout World War II, are just bad. The basis for why he did it are bad. Period. End of story. There's no argument to be had here. There is no discussion to be had here. They are bad. Period. End of story. Whether you like it or not. The basis for as to why it was bad should be fairly obvious. But again, the reason why people are sort of becoming more, I guess for lack of a better term, sympathetic to the positions of the Nazis in the 1930s is because of the fact that America fundamentally failed in terms of anti-Nazi education, because they never actually really gave a shit about that, and also racial fucking integration after slavery. That is why America, as has been said before by many other lefties in the past, fundamentally, deeply flawed, racist society.
Of fake populism. They relate to the villain because the villain knows how to pretend to relate to them, to the commoner, to we the people. When he could pretend to be one of us, pretend to have our best interests at heart, then we the people will give him the power he needs to be the villain. And that's what happened with Hitler. The Nazis were failures until they gained popularity under the Great Depression.
This is true.
It was then, during that time of hardship, that Hitler's complaint...
Even then, I'm going to be, quite honest, he was even a failure in power. The Nazis were incredibly fucking incompetent. They were constantly high off of crystal meth, all the time. They were constantly doing drugs. Very, very much so incompetent in terms of a lot of their policies. They had no idea what they were fucking doing, but they were still, again, successful in implementing their ridiculous policies and prescriptions and positions. Why? Because they had leeway and forgiveness to be able to do that.
Complaints and promises ensnared the people. When he was allowed to take power, he installed loyalists, made everything worse, and destroyed Europe.
Yep.
Now, white nationalists worship Hitler, even though nobody has killed more white people than Hitler did. No one man destroyed Europe to the degree that Hitler did. Yet, bizarrely, it doesn't matter to them that the very thing Hitler warned about is the thing he ended up doing himself. They were just as obsessed with white birth rates back then as they are now. But what did he end up doing? He sent millions of Germans into the meat grinder. And when his time came, the coward took his own life to escape accountability. He refused to do for his people what so many of his people did for him.
There was a really good video talking about the failures of the Nuremberg trials by Jacob Geller. I'll probably also stick that in the description below, because it really talks about how there was just not the accountability that people tried to take for the Nazis was not very effective, right? They ended up killing a lot of the Nazis, but people within the sort of German Reich, broadly speaking, were not really sort of taught, I guess for lack of a better term, did not really see the trials as being an effective message for as to why what the Nazis did were bad, right? And a lot of it is part of it is because of the fact that no one really there was already some sort of structures put in place to talk about we have some provisions to talk about the problems of not society, but the sort of consequences of what Hitler did, because there are rules to war. There's always been rules to war, but what Hitler did in particular was quite egregious in comparison. We have no idea sort of how to be able to properly engage with this, so we kind of have to make some stuff up as we go, which gave a lot of the Nazis a lot of leeway to be able to wax poetically and shift blame and not take any accountability for anything, and just, broadly speaking, lie to the prosecutions.
He refused to fight when the fight landed at his doorstep, and he also refused to surrender and testify on behalf of those who supported him. Not that his reasons were just. He accused others of stabbing him in the back, but ultimately he stabbed his own nation in the back. He could only pretend to be a man of his convictions when he sought power and had power. But you can learn a lot about someone's true nature by how they behave in defeat. He proved what he was in the end and died in disgrace. Yet despite that, his poisonous words live on and inspire new villainy with which we must contend. Trump. They ignore what he actually did, because that's how manipulative his words always were. The white nationalists won't care how many white people you kill, as long as you blame the Jews and the black people and the brown people. It's the most delicious.
I'm really glad that Dark Matter is saying this, because there's a reason why he showed footage of January 6th. It is rather analogous to the sort of shit that we find ourselves under right now. But generally speaking, when it comes to a lot of these, weirdos, sure. For a lot of racist white people, they don't really care if it's a couple of white people that also get harmed by their terrible policies, because white people also get harmed by Trump's terrible policies, by terrible conservative policies. But if it's black and brown people that get disproportionately harmed more so by those policies, then they're willing to make exceptions.
Poison. Whatever you do can be forgiven as long as you hurt their perceived enemy, as long as you express
he just said it as well.
The correct direction. Then you can get away with anything in their eyes.
If you can hate
murder people in the streets, no matter their color, as long as you do so in the name of hurting Jews, black people, brown people, leftists, LGBT people, disabled people, whomever they hate or see as inferior. Hitler now has admirers amongst even groups he would have deported or killed.
Hi, Myron.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
That fucking shit was so fucking cartoonishly stupid, with fucking clavicular and all that fucking bullshit, dude. God, that shit was so dumb, bro.
Yes, I do. One of the, and I'm tired of pretending he's not.
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Hitler seems to take root in those whose thinking is shaped by memes, sort of easy-to-understand quips that often promote stereotypes. They practically have meme-based personalities at this point. They allow others to do all their thinking for them. Allow me to read you a passage from Mein Kampf. Quote, "The receptive powers of the masses are very restricted, and their understanding is feeble. Such being the case, all effective propaganda must be confined to a few bare essentials, and those must be expressed in stereotyped formulas. These slogans should be persistently repeated until the very last individual has come to grasp the idea that has been put forth."
Yeah, what he's essentially saying there is, keep it simple, stupid. Most of the masses are fucking dumbass lemmings, and they will just believe anything that you say to them, right? It's the idea of, you know, the big lie that Hitler also said, right? The idea that if you keep feeding a bunch of people smaller and smaller and smaller lies, eventually it'll make it such that the pill is more easy to swallow. That the bigger lies are more easily sort of like understood. And it's the same thing with with every fucking conservative pundit. It's the same thing with all of these like white nationalist dipshits. It's the same with the current like flavor of neo-Nazis as well, right? They will keep telling small lies over and over and over again, right? And eventually they'll try to sell you the really big lies, right? The conspiracy theories that they have about Jewish people, all of the conspiracy theories that they have about leftists, the conspiracy theories that they have about like their esoteric fucking beliefs. But you've been believing all of the smaller lies. It's making the pill, well, generally speaking, much, much easier to swallow. And then you're going to be more likely to believe in this stuff. That's why I've said, like, this shit, it is effectively just a big fucking cult. It is a cult at the end of the day. And it's just, I've mentioned this before, but history has a funny way of repeating itself. It doesn't tend to repeat itself very much, but it does like to rhyme. And we are currently finding ourselves in a position where history is currently rhyming quite a bit.
Long before Richard Dawkins coined the term meme, Hitler already understood the concept and their usefulness as tools of manipulation. And he didn't mince words about it. He literally called your understanding feeble. That's what he really thought of you. One of the main things that gave rise to this love of the villain, which includes Hitler's renewed popularity, is shallow contrarianism combined with crippling cynicism. I accidentally benefited from that when I started my YouTube channel for no other reason than the timing of it, the year 2008, the beginning of the Great Recession. I was always an atheist, passionate in my feelings about religion. My experience in life until YouTube was as the cynical contrarian, the minority, the outsider. When I found YouTube, however, suddenly I wasn't alone. I never expected any sort of popularity because I was expecting the same resistance I received in the offline world, a world in which being religious was the obvious and the only way to be.
This is the broader consequence right here of the satanic panic right here, right? A lot of people, broadly speaking, became Reddit atheists because of the, Bush administration basically justifying the invasion of Iraq through a very much holy lens as a holy war, but also satanic panic bullshit as well. That's also another big reason as to why a lot of these more Reddit atheist types eventually ended up being like big fans of Gamergate, and eventually ended up being sort of, incredibly far right in of themselves.
That is not what I found here. My channel experienced rapid, unexpected growth because I looked like a cynical contrarian. And though that may have been fashionable, I was always quite sincere. But some people were here arguing against religion because that is what was considered edgy and cool back then. That's not why I did it, but very temporarily, I was aligned with what was considered edgy and cool and experienced popularity because of that. But what is considered edgy and cool always shifts. That's its nature. What's cool today becomes dorky tomorrow. What's edgy today becomes cringe tomorrow. People who are slaves to that cycle, by definition, can't have any principles other than the temporary ones decided by others. People who...
This is such a good fucking goddamn point. And I've talked about this concept before with a lot of these lumpen proletariat types, like the MAGA for Mamdani people, right? These people are not like reliable, principled voting constituencies. They're not. These people fundamentally only care about one thing and one thing only, and that's a vibe, a feeling that they are a sort of assuaging, having sort of be satisfied by being a part of a certain team, because it's cool to be a part of this team. Like, oh, look at this guy. I think this guy's like really cool because he says these things that I agree with and that I like, generally speaking, right? These people, I've called them lemmings before, but they are lemmings. They are people being driven off of a cliff because they're just believing and sort of like associating with particular like thoughts and beliefs that would not be overall a good thing for them to, and probably like dangerous for them to, generally speaking, sort of agree with. And this like perfectly describes Trump supporters to a fucking T. A lot of these people will just go along to get along, and because they feel like they're winning in the culture war, they feel like they are accomplishing something that is supposed to be beneficial to their sort of political movement, when in reality that could be, well, anything else could be even further from the fucking case.
who weren't a part of that early online atheist movement for sincere reasons saw it as a fad that was falling out of fashion. So they moved on. They based their beliefs on not wanting to be cringe, and atheism became cringe because it stopped being the brave, contrarian position. They wanted to find the next forbidden thing, the next thing they weren't allowed to say, the next thing that caused shock and outrage, the next thing that upset people. They weren't sincere, they just wanted to be rebels. The cause didn't really matter to them, as long as it was taboo.
And this goes back to the death of subjectivity and the death of critical thinking, right? I've talked about this before, but right-wingers, fundamentally speaking, believe in absolutely nothing. They have to believe in nothing in order to be able to justify their fucking worldviews. Again, I'm going to bring up the fucking Jean-Paul Sartre quote. Excuse me. Jean-Paul Sartre. Here. This pretty much perfectly encapsulates the moment that we find ourselves in. I'm surprised that Dark Matter has not sort of referred to this individual yet. Maybe. He'll get to them eventually. But here, I'll just mention him now. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. You can substitute anti-Semites for fascists, for the current conservatives that we find in ourselves. You could shift them for MAGA. It doesn't fucking matter. The point inherently that's being, well, raised here by Jean-Paul Sartre still applies to all of these sort of groups. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. Perfect, accurate description for all of these far-right fucking freaks. None of these people care about anything. It doesn't matter. The only reason why a lot of these far-right dipshits believe in the things that they believe in is because it's a fun little plaything. It's a fun little, like, group that they can sort of, like, get into. It's a fun little thing that they have gotten into and think is, like, cool because, like, all their friends are saying, like, look at this, like, rebellious, really cool thing. When in reality, it's some of the most cringe shit on the fucking planet. And then there's being sold a particular lie in order to sort of, like, I don't know, have like a little song and dance with a bunch of their friends online. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. But this is exactly the thing that the anti-Semites take advantage of. And it's easy, right? A lot of people are just, because of their ridiculous aspiration, the economic throes they find themselves in, it makes it such that a lot of these sort of pills these people get fed to are way, way easier to fucking swallow. Especially all the anti-Semitic shit. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. This is a perfect description for the moment that we find ourselves in. And why I keep saying, You should never treat conservatives seriously. That's exactly what they want. You don't treat them seriously. You just make fun of them. You bully them. You call them fucking stupid, idiot fucking morons. You call them losers. And you do anything possible in order to socially ostracize them from polite society because they don't believe in the social contract. They do not believe in society. They do not believe in what is the sort of general good for humanity.
The outrage was their drug of choice, and they became addicted. The way this manifests today is people trying to outdo each other in a race to the bottom. It's fundamentally childlike resistance for the sake of resistance. They enjoy using the most bigoted slurs imaginable, that up until very recently were rarely uttered, except for perhaps in the most graphic and disturbing dark corners of the internet. Now you see those slurs everywhere, sometimes even uttered by our politicians and other popular figures. Anytime someone tries to be positive or fight for something that's good, they are accused of virtue signaling by those who now favor vice signaling.
Ugh.
These are children
Has
with
been
adult
gold.
bodies, and society told them no for the briefest of moments. So now they're doing the perfect opposite, because that's how children rebel. There's no real principle behind it other than perception. That's what matters most to them, because this was always about what is fashionable. This was always about the current fad. And when those people took power, it became what I call an influencer-tocracy. You can see this in how the government runs its social media now, how it
That's
leverages
true.
influencers, and how it tries to gain control of the narrative as quickly as possible.
Not to mention, like, we've all seen, like, posts by, like, the fucking DHS accounts and shit like that, right? All the, like, Nazi sort of virtue signaling that they do all the time through a lot of the posts that they have. They do this consistently because they have a bunch of, like, griper little weirdos who run those accounts in particular, right? Like, they do this as a way to signal to people, like, yeah, we're in position. It's us. We're the ones in power. Blah, 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 blah. But there's a problem with having a quote-unquote, I guess, influencer-only sort of, well, I was going to say avenue, but a sort of like influencer-only sort of, like, administration, right? Since, like, because what Dark Matter is saying here is correct, broadly speaking. It is a sort of strength that these people have, but it's also one of their greatest weaknesses at the same time. A lot of these, like, influencer types and these other fucking sniveling dipshits, a lot of them want to only chase fads. He's correct when he says this, right? Very, very much so correct. Right on the fucking money. But that's also a weakness for them at the same time. Because their inner desire to only want to chase what is the biggest sort of fad out there makes it such that they are not ever able to sort of be able to want to take power for themselves because, well, that's not necessarily going to be as fashionable. You actually have to be held to account for a lot of the positions and beliefs and sort of things that are happening throughout the government. And it makes it such that it's a lot of work, and a lot of these people are not interested in that work. A lot of the Trump administration officials, all they generally speaking do is just, like, go on social media and talk about, like, whatever late epic thing they just did before. Like, it is a strength for them, but it's also one of their fucking greatest weaknesses.
If it means lying about things that were captured on video from 3 or 4 different angles, make the lie big and repeat it often. That concept was described by Hitler himself in Mein Kampf. Now, bizarrely, the contrarians and the rebels are the power.
Oh yeah, I did get the concept of the big lie completely wrong. No, it's the opposite way around. You make such a giant lie that you make it such that it is more palatable for the smaller things to pass through to make it such that the bigger pill is easier to swallow. That's what it is.
No longer do they fight the machine, they are the machine. Like all those who have hatred, they became the thing they hate. This is what a senior FBI executive said about what happened behind the scenes right after Charlie Kirk was murdered. He said, quote, "Whenever there's a critical incident, one of the first things that happens is a conference call with everybody, all the executives. Most of the field offices dial in. The director rarely speaks because someone with situational awareness is leading the call. They'll say, here's what happened, here's what we know, here's what we need. But we get on, and it's just Cash berating the special agent in charge in Salt Lake. He's super emotional, and then it turns surreal. Cash and Bongino start talking about their Twitter strategy, and Cash is
What? Oh my Their Twitter strategy is what they focus on first and foremost. The exact point that I was talking about before. Right there. These people only care about one thing and one thing only, and that is their podcast numbers. Their influencers first. Administrators second. That is fucking incredible, dude. Jesus Christ. And I'm just not surprised by this whatsoever. Like, yeah, of course. All these motherfuckers fundamentally cared about, first and foremost, was their fucking influencer strategy in order to be able to get more fucking goddamn clicks. Why? Like, I'm so unsurprised by that. That is... Oh, man, dude. Jesus Christ. That's so fucking cringe, man.
It's like, I'm gonna tweet this. Salt Lake, you tweet that. Dan, you come in with this, and I'll come back with this. They're literally scripting out their social media, not talking about how we're going to respond, or resources, or the situation. He's screaming that he wants to put stuff out, but it's not even vetted yet. It's not even accurate. When I was an agent, I did hundreds of these cases. The initial information that comes in is always wrong. There's too much coming in, and it takes time to vet. And it was obvious that Cash can't understand that, and doesn't want to understand that. Everyone on the call is like, this guy is completely out of control. On another call, he said, when a crisis happens, the only thing you need to do is call me. The most important thing in any crisis is controlling the narrative. I was like, no, we actually have to do some work here.
No, that's like, yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, right? But then again, Kash Patel is a fucking fascist. Period. End of story. They only care about controlling the narrative because they have to make sure that, they control the mind of the people that they have, like, basically enslaved to them. Because this shit is a fucking slave mentality, right? That a lot of these, like, Trump supporters, broadly speaking, fucking engaging in. Oh, yeah, he is a perfect fucking corrupt Indian cop. Like, 1000% there, boy, Bitsmany. Like, you've told me about some of the shit that goes on in India. It is incredibly corrupt. And Kash Patel is no fucking different.
We're gonna have to investigate to solve this.
Guys, we need to aura farm on Twitter first.
The alleged killer of Charlie Kirk got away, and the FBI did not catch him. He turned himself in.
That's true.
After the suspect was taken into custody, Kash Patel immediately started compromising their ability to successfully prosecute him by abandoning standard necessary law enforcement impartiality and proudly displaying his bias, showing that he can't really be trusted on that case, which the alleged killer's lawyers will absolutely use in his defense.
Against defense?
Now, I would say that the narrative...
I believe that's exactly what happened with Tyler Robinson's fucking lawyers. That was like the first thing that they said. It's like, I mean, literally look at the FBI director. He's fucking lying here. These are like now deleted tweets by him saying that, we already know. We just need to focus on like a social media narrative and controlling the fucking narrative and on all of this. And it's just like, dog, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, we don't even know for sure if it was him. Like, that guy turned himself in, and was it even him? I don't trust Kash Patel as far as I can fucking throw, which is not very far. Like, I don't trust him whatsoever. Kash Patel has already displayed that he is wholeheartedly compromised, and he's just not interested in any of this whatsoever. He is a compromised fucking candidate. He can't be fucking trusted.
More important to him than potentially compromising their ability to convict Kirk's alleged murderer. But it could also be explained by sheer ignorance, as Cash was chosen not because he's competent, but because he's loyal. Either way, you see how the narrative is paramount in this influencerocracy that's running our government right now. From the leaders of the Department of Homeland Security, to the Department of War, to the FBI, and to the president himself. The truth matters to none of them. What matters to them far more than the truth is influence.
Yep.
So if the truth needs to be sacrificed...
This is the exact same shit I've also said myself. These people only want to get social media clicks. They don't care about governance. The point of doing all of this was never for fucking governance. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? What are you, fucking cringe? No, it was never about governance. These people only care about one thing and one thing only. And that's just aura farming on Twitter. That's literally it. They care about aura farming. They care about looking good in terms of the masses. They care about looking good in terms of the media because it's what Trump cares about, looking good in front of the media. They don't care about any of this stuff. They don't give a fucking shit. But these guys are all former podcasters and fucking influencers. So that's what they're going to hyper-specifically focus on instead.
sacrificed on the altar of influence, then that is exactly what they will do. And they will not hesitate, no matter how brazen the lie. The frantic attempt to control the narrative recently happened, yet again. On January 19th, I published a video titled At War with Ourselves, and it talked about the killing of Renee Good.
I'm probably also going to take a look at that video at some point as well.
In the thumbnail, I wrote, "This will happen again and again." And in the video, I talked about how it will happen again and again.
It did. It did happen again. It happened to Alex Peretti, Keith Porter Jr., and countless other people. This is already fucking happening. It's going to keep happening over and over and over again. Oh no, no, no.
And when the highest echelons of the government immediately declare that you have immunity after you kill someone, before there's even an investigation, it sends a message. And that message was received loud and clear, because it only took 5 days before it happened again.
Okay. Alex
A
Peretti.
genuinely good person named Alex Peretti, a man with no criminal record, an ICU nurse for veterans, and cancer researcher, was 2 miles away from his home, where he started to film ICE agents from across the street with about 10 other people.
Which you
all
can under the
perfectly
Constitution.
legal. ICE agents went out of their way to cross the street to accost the people filming, and the ICE agents immediately got physically violent for no reason other than to bully people. And the only thing Alex Peretti did was try to help people. A woman was sprayed in the face and very violently pushed to the ground for no reason by an absolutely out of control, violent, belligerent ICE agent. Alex Peretti stepped between them and tried to help the woman to her feet. His last words were, "Are you okay?" He was relentlessly sprayed with chemicals. He turned his back to the agent and was sprayed even more. A half-dozen agents very violently attacked him. He did not resist their beating. He did not punch, he did not kick, he did not bite or spit or anything. What he did do was curl into the fetal position on the frozen ground as a half-dozen agents of the federal government beat him and repeatedly bashed him in the face with a cane.
They were fucking pistol whipping him, for fuck's sake. Like, this is like, there's been leaked memos. We all know this about like ICE agents having to be taught, because these people are barely sentient. I'll be honest. Like these quote unquote ICE agents, barely sentient. They're barely fucking human beings. Like, I'll be quite honest. They are not even taught the basics of constitutional sort of like law, how the Constitution fucking works, the amendments that they have to comply with as agents of the state. They don't even know about any of that stuff because they are just not interested about knowing about any of that stuff. Because again, these people are all a bunch of fucking freaks. They're crazy. They are lunatics. They are insane. You can't have rapport with these people. I've talked about this concept before, but you cannot have rapport with people at ICE because they are not interested in having fucking any rapport whatsoever.
Can of pepper spray. It reminded me of the Rodney King beating. During this beating, his shirt lifted up, revealing a holstered and legally carried pistol registered to him. An agent took his firearm out of the holster and began to walk away with it. After he took the pistol, another agent fired the first shot into Alex's back, and then they fired a dozen more times, ensuring his death. The Lincoln Project described it thusly: "The worst of us are killing the best of us." Immediately after his murder, the federal government, including Trump and all the loyalists he installed into positions of law enforcement, told brazen lies about what was captured on video from at least...
Yep, they called him a domestic terrorist. That was like the first thing from Kristi Noem. Same with Stephen Miller. A blatant lie. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. Just a lie. Just whatever. Who cares? They can just lie. It doesn't matter. All these like lemmings will believe them anyways. Doesn't matter. All of these people, right, were also saying stuff like he went there with the express purpose of trying to kill ICE agents. Lies. You can do like open carry of a pistol in Minnesota. He had a license for that. Nothing was wrong there. Everything was completely above board. These people just don't care about the rule of law. They do not care about society. They don't care about civil liberties. They are against these concepts fundamentally as a first order principle, which is why you can't treat any of them seriously. You cannot treat them as like honest interlocutors, because these people, they just simply put do not care. They don't give a shit. Period. End of story. And the point of the conservatives that are doing this is that they're doing this for the express purpose of just causing more and more suffering for those they see as, well, their main opponents.
It's 3 different angles. They called him a terrorist. They said he was there to massacre ICE agents. They said he violently attacked them. None of that is true.
It's nonsense.
None of it. And if no legal action is taken against any of those agents, then it will continue to be open season on all Americans. It doesn't matter if you're at a protest or not. It was the ICE agents who went out of their way to attack people who were not interfering with them. They've already said they can enter your home without a warrant. If they kill you or violate your rights, it doesn't matter what you stand for or what you did. They will find a way to justify it after the fact, even if it means lying about something that's on video. That's our new reality. Make the lie big and repeat it often. And just imagine how much easier it gets for them if it's not caught on video. You won't stand a chance. That goes for all.
Oh, that's like, again, that's also a point that I've brought up before. It makes it way harder for these people to be able to get away with a lot of the things they're saying. There's always going to be people that just inherently believe anything that comes out of the Trump administration's mouth. The lemmings, they don't care. Like, these people are nothing more than just cattle. Like, let's be honest here. To be just herded around as if they are, like, complete just morons and troglodytes, which they are. They're just stupid. They don't care. These people will just believe literally anything. They will just believe literally anything that comes out of those they see superior, because these people are just submissives to power. They love to pretend that they are the constant underdog who are challenging the status quo and are, I don't know, like taking it to the enemies of the free world or whatever. When in reality, anything could be further from the fucking truth. These people are all just demons.
For all of us, no matter your politics, we are now at the point where they can claim you're resisting. If you are simply violently attacked by law enforcement, it doesn't matter if you go totally limp or curl into a little ball. They will still say,
yep,
you're
they don't
resisting.
care.
In an interview on January 26th, the Minneapolis police chief, Brian O'Hara, said, quote, "The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we did not shoot anyone. ICE shows up, and they kill 2 people in Minneapolis within 5 days. That's not law and order. That's what happens when you remove law and order from the people assigned to uphold it."
Yep. I've said this before, but like conservatives don't, like the conservatives love to constantly soy out and pretend that they are the quote unquote law and order sort of like presidency and law and order fucking party when anything could be like the exact opposite. These people don't care about law and order. For them, it's all about subjugation. That's all that they care about. It's all about like trying to like aura farm on like fucking Twitter and trying to like make themselves look based in front of their like sycophantic little fucking weirdos. These people don't believe in anything. They don't care about anything. The only thing that is consistent with a lot of these people, let's just say, is how can we cause the most suffering to those that we perceive to be our fucking political enemies? Period. End of story. The suffering is the point when it comes to conservatives.
Rights attorney was arrested for protesting at a church. She was actually invited into the church, but when she spoke up and said things the congregation did not want to hear, like pointing out their hypocrisy for not heeding the teachings of Jesus, she was arrested. It was a non-violent protest. She said her piece and then left. The government referred to it not only as an attack, an invasion, an assault, and an insurrection, but also as a riot, all of which is blatantly false. As the whole thing was recorded on video, you can watch it.
Some members of the congregation agreed with her, though. Like, it doesn't matter what these people, like, they don't care, Boy Meets Minnie, right? Like, we can all acknowledge this. These people don't care. They believe in nothing. They are all just fucking grifters. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can, like, jingle some fucking keys and say, like, oh, yeah, that's actually, like, not keys. That's, like, a secret satanic plot in order to, like, eat my internal organs. And they'll just fucking believe it. They don't really care. These people are nothing but sheep.
Self. But that didn't stop them from lying about it. When she showed strength in the face of tyranny, the White House digitally altered her face to make it look like she was crying when she was arrested. Why? Because it didn't look like she was hurting enough. And their social media campaign is rooted in showcasing that they are causing their political enemies to feel maximum misery. It's not about crime or justice. She's an attorney and knows where the boundaries are. She did not break the law. But that didn't matter. because it's really about the fantasy fulfillment of inflicting cruelty upon one's enemies. If you show strength...
Again, fascism. That's what it looks like. This is exactly it. This is all the fucking fascist bullshit. Period. End of story. Like, so long as the people that they have as perceived enemies suffer more and more in comparison to themselves, they don't care. They'll take a little bit of pain in order to have those they perceive as the main, problems in the society suffer significantly more. Like, these people, they're just demons, dude. What else can you really say besides a lot of these conservatives that we find right now? They're just demons. They don't care.
In the face of that, they will lie and make fake imagery of you, because for them, it's more important to control the narrative. What's most important for the villain is not justice, it's to cause misery and suffering. And when the government lies to the public to achieve those ends, they lose what little trust they had left and totally cease to be a credible source. Motives like that inevitably give rise to a cycle that spirals in on itself, because nobody cares when misfortune befalls the bloodthirsty. So when you engage in cruelty, you dehumanize yourself. You put the target on yourself. You give others permission to be cruel toward you.
This is such a fucking fantastic point that's being raised here, because people have been consistently more and more talking about on social media how they just want to see Donald Trump and all of his fucking lackeys just die. They just want them to die. And again, who can really blame them for fucking thinking those things? Is it bad that they think those things? Yeah, it is bad that they think those things. But here's the thing. This is exactly what these people have wanted. Conservatives. This is what you've wanted. With your fucking ridiculous and boisterous just lies. With your ridiculous and boisterous just lies and inner desires to want to have violence against those that you perceive to be your fucking political enemies. You are essentially creating a permission structure where unlimited cruelty is not only going to be against the people that you think deserve to have that cruelty, but also against people like yourself as well. You are essentially creating the barbarism that you so much pretend to fear, because you people just want to do everything possible to cause as much pain, misery, and suffering for those that you perceive to be your fucking political enemies. There's also people who triple Trump and now regret it, and why they still apologize for almost everything the admin does. What do you mean by that? Like, people who triple Trump and now regret it, while still apologize for almost everything. Do they say sorry for what the administration does? Are you saying they feel bad, or are you saying that they are defending it? I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there, Boy Meets Vinny.
Have a clean conscience while doing it, because you reap what you sow, and you're forced to play it by your own rules. You lose your innocence when you support cruelty. For example,
first of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a boot for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them.
Yeah, this was so fucking revealing here by Tim Pool. It's like, you're not the fucking boot, little bro. You're not a part of the big fucking club, okay? Like, when the cruelty is all fucking done, and all of the power is concentrated in the hands of the very fucking few that you are defending here, unironically, so-called, quote-unquote populist Tim Pool over here, you're going to be immediately fucking discarded, because your usefulness is now gone. You are nothing more than a tool for these people who basically just want to do anything possible to gain power for themselves.
I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying.
This is where it becomes a question of will. Can you now crush the protests? What is involved in this? People gotta die. Actually, people do have to die. I don't know how people don't expect this. How is this not reasonable? All of this is justified. You know, what level of force do you think is acceptable? We need something more radical and more extreme and more intense than anybody thinks is reasonable right now. That is what needs to happen. ICE has not gone far enough. Trump and the National Guard have not gone far enough. What's the answer to Trumpism? We need to build upon Trumpism. We need to deepen it. We need to expand it. We need to make it more radical. We need somebody in 2028 that makes Donald Trump look like a fucking joke. That's the only solution. That's what makes me worried. When I see people crying about a couple of dead left-wing protesters, you are simply not prepared for what has to happen next. There needs to be a lot more ICE. There needs to be a lot more of that sort of thing before we take our country back.
Yep, they just want fucking dictatorship. That's what they like. It's perfectly fucking revealing there. That pretty much just encapsulates everything that I've been fucking saying. These people just want power for themselves, right? That's always been the point of this. They don't care about, the affect of, liberal fucking democracy. They hate fucking liberal democracy. They don't care about civil liberties. They don't care about the Constitution. They have never cared about any of these things. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. For these people, it's always been about a power play for them, first and foremost. They don't care about any of this stuff, which is why you can't show any mercy to these people. They don't deserve fucking mercy. You beat them down, metaphorically speaking, of course, and you make it such that they can't gain power for themselves ever again, because you give these people an inch, they will take a mile.
When you support violence against others, you naturally invite violence upon yourself. Action, reaction. That's one of the reasons I don't support corporal or capital punishment. I don't support violence, especially by the state, which has proven to be untrustworthy. I do not support violence against Tim Pool or Nick Fuentes. Possibly some sort of non-violent legal consequence for incitement, sure. But if something violent happened to them, videos like the ones I just showed you will spread like wildfire across the internet, effectively deterring a lot of sympathy that they might have had otherwise. People won't see that something bad happened to human beings. They'll see that something bad happened to the I voted for the boot guy and the I want more deaths guy. So they'll laugh and they'll point, and when they go to sleep that night...
This is the exact same thing, by the way, that happened to fucking Charlie Kirk. A lot of people did not feel much sympathy at all for Charlie Kirk. And again, it more and more plays into the law of the jungle stuff that they could because this is exactly what they fucking wanted. This is the world, I've said this before, but this is the world that conservatives have wanted. This is exactly what they have fucking wanted. This is exactly what they have been working for the past 50 fucking goddamn years. And now they have it. And some of them might not be particularly comfortable with where it's going. So they want to make it more radical. They want to make it more fucking extreme. Because they feel like it's not going far enough. Because guess what? If they actually do cross over and try to actually do go that far, they might not like the fucking consequences for what happens when it inevitably boomerangs back against them.
It will be with a very clean conscience. There's a right-wing meme that goes around using the image of Patrick Bateman, the serial killer from the movie American Psycho, and beneath his smiling face it says, quote, "How I wake up knowing my enemies are ontologically evil and there is no act against them which is wrong." See, they recognize the phenomenon to which I'm referring, the dehumanization of those who advocate cruelty. Rather than any sort of real evidence, though, they just use the word evil as an excuse. But rather than learn a valuable lesson from that, the meme instead expresses justification for it. It doesn't understand the cycle of violence it perpetuates. That justification for yourself also becomes justification for your enemies. In a sense, you are creating the argument that will be used against yourself. This is the...
And I will admit, I've used that exact same fucking argument. I have. I don't think that these people deserve sympathy or fucking mercy. I understand. I don't disagree with what Dark Matter is saying. You should be willing to see past that and see people for their human side. But here's the thing. Right-wingers are just not interested in that. It gets to the fucking point where it's just at this point, it's about survival. At this point, for a lot of minority communities, it's about survival. Yes, sympathy for them is permission for them to do what they want. You can't show mercy to these people. You have to fucking ostracize them. They are just not interested in participating in the social contract. They are not. I've had all these dumbass fucking right-wingers who have come into my fucking comments and they will cry and bitch and moan and complain when I use basically all of the exact same tactics that these motherfuckers like to use on everybody else. And they just cry about it. It's oh, it doesn't feel so good when I use it against you. Now do you? You don't like it very much either. This should be a learning moment for these people, but they refuse. They will always refuse. Because again, they're not interested in fucking learning. For them, it is all about the cruelty. That is all that they care about. These people are, you cannot live in, you can't live in a sort of like a passionate society with these people. They don't care. The abhorrence is the point. These people, like I've said before, are just demons.
The cycle that is created when you elevate and idolize the villain. He doesn't solve your problems, he makes them worse. He doesn't create peace, he creates calamity and strife. And by the time you realize it, it's already too late. You handed them the keys to power, and they gladly took them. Now you live by their rules. Germans thought Hitler was going to make Germany great again, but instead, he destroyed it. His admirers would say that it was the other countries that attacked Germany, and that Germany was just acting out of self-defense.
Ridiculous,
Even though that's
obviously.
ridiculous, let's hypothetically say that it's true. In that case, he still wasn't a good enough leader to protect Germany, nor save Germany. That's necessarily true, given what happened, regardless of who you think started that fight. Why did he try to aggressively expand and seize territory? Why did he send troops to march across the borders of other countries? He pretended to care about peace throughout his rise to power, but once he was in power, it became about war and domination. He lied to his people, just as he's lying to you in those old preserved speeches.
Whoa, wow, it's almost the exact same thing as what Trump is doing right now. Guys, I think we might be seeing a lot of parallels. Who would have thought?
Aggressiveness was his downfall. And now some people just want to repeat that same mistake. And it's being spurred on because of people who think they're being contrarians. And contrarianism is so cool, isn't it?
True.
Well,
They do
contrarianism
think
stops
that.
being cool the moment you do it just to be cool. And when it's the actual power. Poison might as well be the thing that became fashionable. As we have people like podcasters angrily stomping and proclaiming that they are the boot, to the laughter and cheers of their audience, as people with huge followings are calling for more killings right after people have already been killed. I want to leave you with a quote that used to perplex people. But given what is happening now, given the context of what I have shown you and told you in this video, I don't think it will perplex you at all. It's a quote from a survivor of Auschwitz. This is that quote. "It was not Hitler or Himmler who abducted me, beat me, and shot my family. It was the shoemaker, the milkman, the neighbor, who received a uniform and then believed they were the master race." There was a relatively recent time when we did not understand how regular people, our own neighbors, could be capable of that. Well, I bet you're starting to see it now, aren't you?
It's true.
You need people like me.
Listen, and again, I've mentioned before where a lot of this stuff is generally speaking borne out. And it's because of material conditions. Again, whoa, the Marxist is saying the fucking goddamn, bit about material conditions. This is all fundamentally born out of the fact that people are so ridiculously desperate for some form of a change to happen. Something to actually genuinely improve in their lives. So then there's a fucking con man, in this case a billionaire pedophilic con man, who will get to them and say like, well, I have all the solutions to all the problems, folks. Let me tell you, I have so many solutions to so many problems, and I'll be able to fix everything, when that is obviously not the fucking case. And now we have the current problem that we have right now, where all of these avaricious, pedophilic fucking dipshits are currently in power right now, and all of their apparatchiks and little fucking lackeys are justifying the abhorrence that we currently find ourselves under right now.
You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say that's the bad guy. So, what I make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide, how to lie. Me, I don't have that problem.
Trying to see if there's anything at the end. I mean, it's mostly just credits right now. I mean, like, couldn't have really said it better myself, to be honest, Dark Matter. This is what this all led to, all this abhorrence. Alright, there wasn't anything at the end. Oh, but yeah, I couldn't have really said any of this better myself. Dark Matter pretty much just hit it perfectly, right? And a lot of it is because of, the failings of the current economic system that we find ourselves under. Similar to what happened with Hitler and the fucking Nazis, the deteriorating material conditions that we currently find ourselves under have made it such that a lot of these dumbass fucking contrarian dipshits can just act as performatively cruel as possible to those that they perceive as their enemies, and, you know, pretend to be the boot and be a part of a massive club where they have all the power for themselves, and they can just justify anything in terms of the sheer abhorrence that's going on. All the wars that are going on while they're going after the others, so who gives a shit? All of the ICE arrests that are currently going on, well, they're going after the other who has been the main sort of dude who took away my job and took away my ability to participate within the American dream. So therefore, it is all actually good, and this is justified. And just like how it was back during the 1930s in Nazi fucking Germany, the same thing is happening yet again. History likes to fucking repeat. It doesn't often repeat itself, but it likes to fucking rhyme. And we are currently finding ourselves in a moment where history is fucking rhyming. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides a lot of the things when people look back in history at this moment that we currently find ourselves under, people will be reminded, not very fondly, of what was going on, but people are just going to take a look back at this and think, oh, what the fuck were we doing? This is fucking insane. Why did we do any of this shit? And no one will remember any of these motherfuckers who have, generally speaking, lied in order to get into the positions they find themselves currently under, and justifying all of the ridiculous abhorrence to just lie for the express purpose of what exactly? In order to just aura farm on fucking Twitter. Because that's what it all is with a lot of these people. They just do it for fucking social media clicks, which honestly I think is more fundamentally fucking pathetic than why the Nazis ended up fucking taking power. Because at the very least, back then there wasn't any social media for those charlatans to make any use of. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides Trump, his gaggle of freaks have made it such that, well, I guess that some flavor of fucking fascism, or perhaps even like Nazism, has made a return within the United States of America. And people will look back on this moment and not remember it very fondly. It took a little longer than I wanted it to. Well, it's mostly because I started late. That's fine. Like here, just like a quick thing on fucking Dark Matter. Asmongold's advice to leftists upset with the situation in Iran: take more antidepressants. How are you supposed to engage with this seriously? How do you engage with that? Like, honestly. How do you engage with that? You can't. You can't. You can't. You don't. It's ridiculous. Take more fucking antidepressants. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Just no fundamental belief in anything whatsoever. These people are demons. Yeah, shut up and medicate. It's like, okay, buddy. I mean, same for, like, Uno reverse card. You should shut up and fucking medicate. Or leave the internet for forever. No one likes you. No one wants to engage with you fucking freaks. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna do the other video tomorrow then, along with all the Iran stuff. I mean, there's probably gonna be extra Iran stuff. Let me see. I'll check his social blade. Nope, he's still growing. Pretty consistently. And it's very consistent. Now the question ultimately is, how many of that is bots? And how much of that is actual fucking viewers? That's a different question. And judging from the views as well, it does not look like it's bot. But it could still just be bots. Asmongold definitely does fuck it bot. But I'm pretty sure for all the other ones, if I look up Tectone, Tectone has completely plateaued. In fact, he's lost subscribers. What if I look at Nux? Nux has only been losing subscribers. Yep, Nux has only been losing. You can also look at his other channel. Plateaued. The views are still about the same. But that's because he makes slop. Very, very easily churnable slop. But in terms of sub growth, it's more or less dead. At least in the past few months. Even then, it wasn't great, particularly for him either. I don't know. What other, like, fucking Asmongold orbiters are there? Not sure. But yeah, but the orbiters are pretty dead, I'd say. But yeah, I'm just feeling a little tired, so I'm just gonna stop here for now. Still was a good video though, by Dark Matter. Yeah, I should get some rest. I was thinking about if I wanted to stream today or not, because I just felt very tired. But I went ahead with it anyways. We'll have to, yeah, we'll cover more Iran stuff tomorrow. We'll do the other video I wanted to talk about as well tomorrow as well. It's gonna be my birthday tomorrow as well. I'm gonna be fucking 30. I'll stream on my birthday. I will stream on my birthday. I'm gonna be an old ass man. But yeah, I should really go without saying, never show conservatives fucking mercy, because they will never show you any mercy back. They don't deserve it. They deserve no sympathies. Oh man. Why don't we raid out to Epic Prawn? Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out at the Daho Raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid buffs. How you show appreciation. Those are 2K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be definitely yapping more about Iran stuff. We'll definitely be taking a look at that alt-right pipeline video by some conservative goth. And, Cryolabs. We have our Cryolabs. I just went around and gathered some supplies, and then I'm going to figure out something to throw together for that thing. And then probably yap about some other shit. Yeah, we're gonna yap about some other stuff. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.